Testing. Right. Chat isn't loading. Reload. I think I spent a whole day, if not longer, writing the description of this stream. At that point I wanted to make an overview, a graphical overview, but I cannot find a good drawing program. So I think I'm going to try to draw it with ASCII art in this README. But I might as well read the README before I extend it with that information. So what did I write when I wrote this? Therefore, the standard is declared by deriving from a base class that defines the required types. Otherwise, it's a size of 0. It is not really defined in this namespace, by the way, but okay. It's defined in another namespace, and then that namespace is used in this namespace. Same effect. Let me check if this is correct, if this is still correct. Say there must be a declare. Nope, it's not even mentioning it. Bad README. Let me try to remember that. Declare layout. God knows. Layout declaration, I think it was. Layout declaration. Yes. Well, this is what it really is. It's defined in that namespace. Shader variable layout base class, also that. It's totally different. No, it's actually this one. And then that is derived from GLSL standard. Where GLSL is a namespace in global namespace, right? Pretty much, okay, good. So we go here again, then it it's actually called standard, not standard. And now I can't find it anymore. Don't tell me it's called standards. It is bloody called standards. Okay, I'll keep it on standards. Okay, so the above declaration is actually done with the macro layout declaration. This is, by the way, then using such a line, which I'm not seeing back here. Okay. I guess I should put backslashes in front of this, or what? No, not here, not here, not here. They should just be indented 4 spaces. And here I'm going to put backticks around it. That should work. Note that neither float nor mat4 are types that can contain a float or a matrix of floats respectively. Instead, they are types that encode things like alignment, size, array, stride, and offset. The latter is used in a struct, like in this case, like in the case here, struct foo. The reason this information is encoded in a type is because it is used to perform calculations in cons express functions, and you can't pass cons expression as arguments to functions. This means that the types need to be specializations of template class. A template class. And specializations can only be added in the namespace that defined it. In other words, the returned types cannot be defined in their own namespace. They have to be specializations by standard themselves. This is why, say, a float, as used above, is really derived from a specialization of Vulkan Shader Builder standards layout. Let me check if that is correct. I think that's the one. Float is actually encode something. So what was it? Basic type? Damn it. Basic type layout. Vulkan Shader Builder basic type layout. While I am at it, I might as well. The thing is defined here, really. It is too difficult. Oh my god, what did I do? Basic type layout, whatever. Well, it is only a documentation, so let's remove this. And this is called scale index though. Int rows, int calls, int, really? And it is not part of standards. Okay, the basic types are specialization of basic type. This is all wrong, isn't it? Don't have that anymore. Just delete this. The Vulkan engine can generate shader variable declarations and then compile the resulting shader. Before this preprocessing, the shader code is called template code. Preprocessing only takes place if the template code contains one or more identifiers with a double colon in it. Such identifiers must have the form, and I'm going to call this prefix member because that's what I use in the code now. They must be registered by the application or an error is thrown and the application will terminate. Registration of shader variables. Shader variables are always members of a C++ struct. Also, that is not correct anymore. Well, in a sense, I guess it is correct. Let me see if I have a look at texture. Nope, not like that. What does this mean? Shader variables are always members of a C++ struct. It is actually correct, I guess. All members must have types as defined in math.dll.sl.h. For example, let's call this let's call it class anyway. Could you put it between quotes? And then I say nope, which are called GLSLID strings. GLSLID strings. Yeah, and the member is called member. That's why I call it member here. Shader variables are always members of a C++ struct, even if okay, we have that. So then let's use class here. And the specialization of shader variable layouts must be added with the layout of each member. For example, this readme is so old. This is also not correct anymore. Yeah, so it's not true anymore. I think I'll just delete this. Okay, we're on the lab. We're well. If struct contains vertex or instance attributes, suggested class name names vertex data and instance data respectively, then the shader variable layouts specialization also must contain a member input array that specifies, no, that's also not true anymore. Okay, let's say if the struct contains a vertex attributes suggested class in the respectively, then the used standard must be I forgot the word. I forgot it again. Vertex was per vertex data and per instance data, I suppose. For example, yeah, well, just one example is enough here, if at all, actually. We are at 90%. This is the end. Very good. So here the template code can be loaded from a file or provided through a string view by passing it to the member function. So you're going to build a shader info load. Registration of the resulting shader info objects must happen early, in most cases from an override of the synchronous window virtual function, registers shader templates. Yep, we do a load here. For each shader, a vulkan shader builder shader info object must be constructed, passing a VK shader stage flag bit stage for which the shader will be used. So that would be this. A name for the shader for diagnostics can be passed to the constructor or set after construction using the member function shader info set name. Likewise, compiler flags may be passed to the constructor or can be set after construction. using the member function, set compiler options. Finally, shader info load must be called to set the template code. After that, the shader info objects can be registered with the application. For example, shader index. Does that still exist? I guess so. Yep. So there's an override over the register shader template. This is using namespace vulkan shader builder. Even that we are doing. Do we have multiple of these things? I guess so. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. They all look more or less the same. So didn't much. Not much did change. It does not exist anymore. There's a uniform buffer control triangle. Yeah, I renamed that probably. Doesn't really matter. Auto indices, application register shaders, and then that is being assigned like this. The returned shader index should be passed to pipeline build shader when compiling the shaders as part of pipeline. Well, that was all nice, but now I want to add something else. Maybe it doesn't belong in the README. I'm not thinking. Let me make a new README. How shall we call it? No, I don't know. For now, internals. Yep. Okay, so I think that the top position has 2 bindings. One in the vertex shader and one in the... It's not a vertex shader. Binding one in the fragment shader. Now let me use this as a example for what is all possible. As in, we have this. And well, then I have to define the top position as well, for which I'm just going to use something. Let's just an example, I guess. And then I have maybe another one for set1. So let's use this one. So now I have two sets, set 0 and set 1. High stacklism, I don't know, how do you pronounce it? What do you mean? That you can load spare V directly? Well, I think that would be rather easy to do. So if ever anyone has a real need for that, I would have no problem adding it. But let's first have something working and that people are actually using. Well, is there a pause behind stack or is it Stackly? Stackly SM. As in, maybe you're into SM, I don't know. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so this will be called top position : unused. This is top position X. I have no support yet for arrays whatsoever, so I think I might make it myself too difficult to take that into account at this moment. Probably better to just forget about it until I really have something, till it works without arrays, and then pain my brain. What is the correct way to say that? So this is then left position unused. This is left position Y. Now the prefix is bound to the declaration. This is actually a single declaration. So let me add a comment here. Declaration for top position, and then the top position is between quotes. I mean it as the prefix of each of these things. Which then ends here. And then I have here the declaration of left position. By the way, why am I doing this? I'm doing this because now for almost a week, I think I got, now maybe a little bit less, but a few days certainly, I got totally stuck and I started to produce really messy code and didn't make much progress because I had lost all overview. I spent almost 2 days on the description of this stream. So if you scroll down below the video, you will see the description. And yeah, now I'm going to not write code. I'm going to analyze until I really understand what I'm doing, and only then write code. It's probably the right order sometimes. But not writing code means actually, for the viewers here, that you can understand what I'm doing. If I write code, you don't understand it. I'm just typing. But this is an overview, so everybody should be able to understand this, I think. I stopped it a little bit too soon. It still belongs to it. Okay. This here is the declaration of texture Word 3. Yep. And yes, I see that it was wrong. I'll fix it. This was left. Now note that set1 has two bindings, which partly has to do with left position and partly with the texture. So I want to put this in a column, I think, for, let's say, sets vertically and bindings horizontally, meaning like this, 0, 0, 1. Sorry, so let's say this is a set, 0 and 1, set. And then the binding is 0, 1 and 0, 1. But set 0 has a binding 1, but 1 doesn't, so we don't have that one. Okay, so this is set 0, binding 0. That was the thing at the top, goes in the top left. Let me move it a little bit. Well. I'm going to need a vertical line. Make a vertical line. Oops. Oops. Like that, we have a vertical line, and then let's put a vertical line here to make a real table of it. So then I get set 0 binding 1, which is this thing here. Now let's delete it even. Delete. Oops, that was not the plan. Oh, I deleted it. Yeah. Paste it again. Let's copy it like that. What did I do? Control V. No, I don't know what I used. Control V. Y. Go here. Oops. Damn it. So this is binding 0. And then here we have binding 1. And here I have set 0. And then we get set 1. Let's make a what shifts it? Okay, so now I'm going to the description of my own technical programmer. Hi, sorry I didn't see you. Didn't see the chat at all actually. Technical programmers Z. I'm going to my own description, which I wrote, and then I'm going to read it and see if I can fit that into my README here. So what I wrote is a shader resource, or things like a combined image sampler or a uniform buffer. Okay, so here we have the combined image sampler, which I'm going to call texture. And then the other one was a uniform buffer, and we have 2 of them. So is it a coincidence that I have 1 block for each shader resource? No, because each block contains a declaration. And that was point 1. So point 2. Each shader resource has its own set binding pair, each of which results in 1 declaration. So if you have both the set number and the binding number, then in this table you get 1 rectangle. And so here's set 1, binding 1 is empty, etc. And each of them, it says here, and I could have made a mistake, but I'm going to assume that when I typed this, I did not make a mistake for now. Each shader resource has its own set binding pair, each of which results in 1 declaration. So each block here is what I call a 1 shader resource and 1 declaration. Let's type that observation here. Each, how do you call those things? Table element contains 1 shader resource declaration. Okay, so that were the first 2 points, I think. Point 3. There is a declaration context per set index. It can serve multiple shader resources, but only one binding per shader resource, of course, namely the binding that belongs to that shader resource. So there is a declaration context per set index. Right. I want my classes also to be described by rectangles. So let me shift everything here a little bit more to the right. Maybe even more, which is easier now. Because we have that much space. Welcome back. You should have not missed anything because I'm typing everything that I discover. And yes, I wish I was good at using drawing programs, so I could do this in Inkscape, for example. But trust me, it's going to be faster if I do it with ASCII art. I tried Inkscape today and I can't figure it out. Yeah, it's a difficult thing. Although I haven't gotten into synchronization at all yet. Yeah, let's worry about that later. Well, that's not true. I do a little bit, I guess, but I don't know. Yeah, I must be doing some synchronization, but it's already hidden in the engine. I don't have to worry about it. But that's just for switching, as I always say, from frame to frame. Presentation of the final images. But there is a lot more synchronization needed in the end. When I really start to draw things. I don't even know how that works yet. Yeah, there was an easier way to do that, I realized, but just now. Let me draw this line like this again, back. right, and then here I can do, this is a declaration context. Now I have a problem because I'm pretty sure I have no declaration context class. Oh, I do. But it's pure virtual. What I really have is like, I think a texture declaration context. Nope. Oh, I have a shader resource declaration context. Shader resource. Yes, thank God, that's what I have. And yeah, we already established that each block is a shader resource, so that will do. It only contains shader resources, because next to this, we also have vertex attributes and push constants, but I'm not taking those into account right now. But those are also have their own declaration context. So I have vertex attribute declaration context and push constants declaration context. Well, this one also, so let's make the picture more complete by adding that. Should be able to copy this line, I hope. And then I want to insert it here without shifting everything. Is that not possible? Like P, but not P, but insert. I don't even know how. I can only print it. But I can delete. Okay, so that worked. And then this one must be closed. It's actually a dot. That was not the right one. I need this one. Let's put a dot here as well, or not a dot, but a single quote. And then here a dot. Ain't it beautiful? Okay. Yeah, I think that's from the video description, point number 3. There is a declaration context per set index. It can serve multiple shader resources, but only one binding per shader resource, of course, namely binding that belongs to that shader resource. That makes me wonder if a shader resource could be span multiple sets, but that is not the case. We just established that. Okay, let me go down. Point 4, the user creates shader resource uniform buffer entry objects as a member of the window class that represents a single shader resource, uniform buffer. In this case, the uniform buffer stores the user-defined struct entry. So in this case, I would have code in my window. User defines, let's say, uniform going to be multiple. Uniform buffer top position and uniform buffer left position and texture. Yeah, I don't mention a texture in my list. So how is that working? Good question. Let's find out. This is window.h, so somewhere we are having a background, I guess. Yeah, no background. We have a Vort 3. We do have a Vort 3. Vort 3 is loaded here. Amp sample texture. That's just a texture, okay. Okay, so both are in Vulkan shader resource. I won't repeat that, I guess. So I said we declare this, and then I might as well say just that. Okay, whatever. Just a texture. And texture. So reading point 4 again, the user creates shader resource. Well, that's the namespace. Okay. Shader resource. Texture is also okay. I'm gonna add that. Shader resource. Because each of them is a shader resource. Okay, and the last remark of point 4, the uniform buffer stores the user-defined struct entry. Just means that the buffer contains one struct of the type top position, and then I can make a top position and write it to that buffer, which is then written to the GPU. So the storage is both CPU and GPU side. Point 5. The uniform buffer template is derived from the non-template UniformBufferBase, which stores an application-wide unique ID that can be used to refer to its descriptor set without knowing what that is yet. So each of these things contain a unique ID. So let's put them on different lines. I'm gonna run out of space to have everything on my terminal soon. At least at this font size. I can add here, it has a key, which I call a key. It's a SetKey type. Let's say this has a SetKey 0, this has a SetKey 1, and this has a SetKey 2. But maybe I get confused with the 0 and the ones that we use for sets already. So we're going to call this 10 and 11 and 12, whatever, as long as they are unique for each. Okay. Now this is point 5 says that this key is stored by the UniformBufferBase. It's not talking about textures, but UniformBuffer is derived from UniformBufferBase, as you can see, which stores the SetKey. Stores a lot more, but I'm not sure about this. You know, this I have to fix this stuff. That's the whole point. So maybe I should say the set key is the type, but it was called SetKey, I think. SetKey. Nope, it wasn't. Anyway, I was going to call this UniformBufferBase something, and it's called descriptor SetKey. Yeah, column looks better, I think. And then again here, it could be 11, say, and then the texture is different. This is the texture. It's also called descriptor SetKey. So there is a texture and descriptor SetKey, which is, for example, 12. Continues. This unique ID is called SetKey. Okay, UniformBufferBase also contains a map of member index to ShaderResourceMember objects. I'm not 100% sure about that. That lists the individual members of the entry struct. However, we do need to store it at the moment that this is created. And at that moment, the only thing I really have is the UniformBufferBase. So maybe that hints that indeed that is what is storing. And one of these things is a shader resource. So for example, this line here represents this whole block here, well, the top left block, which has two shader variables. Well, this one and this one. So this unique buffer base here also has it has a map of that converts the member index, which is the first one is 0 and the second one is 1, etc. to a ShaderResourceMember object. even though I'm now really writing it out, it's still not clear to me. It is unbelievable. This cannot be difficult. I just have to be really stupid. It's the only sensible conclusion. But okay, I'm better visually, I think. So this is more visually than text. Let's just put it in. And then maybe I start to see a pattern. Anyway, to finish point 5. Finally, it contains a vector with the actual uniform buffers. Okay, but that's not really important. Can forget about that. So whatever the type is, I don't know yet, but it definitely contains a list. I might as well put it in here, right? I mean, this is what is declared at first, and it just corresponds to that. Although I don't know that yet. I don't know the set. I just know the key. This happens before that, so maybe I should move it to the top. Okay, UniformBufferBase has multiple elements, so I'm going to denote that as follows. And that doesn't work because we have a texture here. The texture, by the way, has only one member, and it immediately contains this string here. And likewise, like I'm ignoring the actual uniform buffers, I'm also going to ignore the actual image view in sampler. So the only thing that I want to add to my readme then is this string here. So maybe I should use a little indentation or something like that. So I'm doing it like this. Now that is, or should be, rather, this thing here. So how is that possible? Well, that is possible because at the moment I create the texture, I pass forward 3 to it, and then the prefix is just appended, or prepended. I think we already saw that here. There was a string void 3 right there. So at the moment that this thing is declared, it uses the default constructor of the texture. Apparently I edited it. Really? Oh, that's not working. Problem here. Let's write this. The default constructor has just an empty DLSL-ID string, and a default constructed SetKey, which I'm sure has no meaning. It gets an ID from a dummy context, so totally no meaning. And then upon assignment here, it does get a meaning, and the meaning then is that I use the copy constructor here, not a copy assignment of thing that is created with a different constructor, which will initialize or initializes that string by just prepending the texture double colon in front of it. And the key is yeah, well, let's get some unique ID. Okay, so this works. Now we have also this contains more. It says okay, this is what I was going to ignore, and then thank God it only has one extra thing, which is the members. I'm not sure about the type, however, but ShaderResourceMember is pretty much like that texture thing, do you know? Isn't it? No, it is not. Really? I don't need a basic type, of course. No. No basic type, offset, or array size for textures. But they are familiar because they appear in the vertex attribute, which is derived from shader variable. That's important. And yeah, my shader resource member is also derived from shader variable and contains these things. And these things must be filled from the entry, so from the template. So it's really logical to put that in that struct. So yeah, okay, I'm gonna assume that this is correct. And we have a members that it's a map for some reason instead of a vector. I think I have a reason for that. But the key is an index. So I think the reason is that I'm not really 100% sure if we get past these things in the order of the member index. So first the first member, and then the second member, and then the third member, etc. It could be in different order. And then the only way to put them in the vector is if the vector is resized to the correct size immediately, and that was not possible. That's why I used a map. Yeah, I didn't look at the chat. It's a bit hard to read now because I have my description open. Was it 0.5? Let me to cancel. Yeah, no, YouTube is telling me that you left, but it's always unclear, so I just ask. Are you still there? Okay, so I'll answer you if you're still there. Sorry. Okay, so I have a map which is called members. He is still there. You see, YouTube is so lame. I can click on participants. Oh no, it shows it. It's maybe, I don't know, whatever. I'm glad you think so, appeared one, because it's overwhelming me as well. And I'm really seriously thinking that I have become very stupid compared to the past, because I'm struggling so much. Cannot remember to have done that a lot in the past. But okay, let me read the chat. Yeah, and swapping for needs synchronization. And you say every rectangle position a separate buffer. I suppose you refer to my README that I was writing. Every rectangle is a class, basically, in int or whatever it is. That is, I added to it what it is, a declaration, or a resource, shader resource, or something like that. Is this the engine with that Discord with a lot of members? No. It's another engine, I bet. Texture. Nope. This one has members, which is, it's a map, but it's kind of like a vector. So we have an index, and at index 0 we have the first, so that was top position. We have unused, and then, well, literally all the information you can think of is in there. It should be. So it literally says met unused 1 as well. I think, I hope even the full string. I think that's more or less the idea. And here I have float x and its string. But okay, these things are stored in as ShaderResourceMember objects. Okay. That should be possible. This one only has one member, and the member is this one. No, it has two members as well. Float y. Bang. unrelated question, but would you... No. Oh, sorry, I saw C#. Let me read the whole question. Would you adapt to modern C++ coming from C#? I don't know any C#. Stay away from that. It's evil. I'm making a cross now. Microsoft. Die. Okay, what was I doing? I'm using Linux, not Microsoft. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the descriptions. I was at point 5. So point 5 said this uniform buffer template is derived from a non-template UniformBufferBase, which stores an application-wide unique ID. That's those. And also for the texture, which can be used to refer to its descriptor set without knowing what that is yet. This unique ID called the SetKey. UniformBufferBase also contains a map of member index to ShaderResourceMember. So that will be this thing which maps the index of whatever member it is to the actual member, which is stored in a ShaderResourceMember object. Finally, it contains a vector with the actual uniform buffers, which I'm not showing. Now we have 2 points left. They get longer and longer though. Point 6. Each shader resource, e.g. shader resource uniform buffer, which you have 2 examples of, created by the user, can be added to a pipeline with a call to either add texture or add uniform buffer. So we can go to the code and find that back. Let's start with add texture. So I have an M sample texture here, which is created, and then the user calls while creating a pipeline. This is inside the pipeline factory code. Yeah, here we are. UniformBufferBase, that's just the name of the application. Pipeline characteristic base. So this is used as a base class for something else, which eventually creates pipelines using this characteristic. And then initialization of the characteristic somewhere buried deep down has add texture, sample texture. Yay. Told you so. And we see also immediately the add uniform buffers. So these are created by the user. That is those things. User creates them. They have a name, and then they are added to a pipeline. In this case, I have only one pipeline. I have 2 pipelines actually. So it's called initializeX because I'm using it. I think from here. I have 2 characteristics really. Characteristic 1 and 2, which are derived from the user class blah blah base. And then I'm calling, if initialize is being called, then I call initializeX, and then for one pipeline we pass 1, and for the other pipeline I pass 2. So that will be just this variable here. But the pipelines look very much the same. The pipeline variable itself is only used, was only used, it's not used anymore. Oh, here. Yeah, we use a different shader. I have two shaders, I have different shader code for pipeline 1 and the pipeline 2, and the same for the fragment shader. So each pipeline uses different shaders. Right, but anyway, at this point they both just add the textures and yeah, the uniform buffers that we're using to the pipeline. That was 0.6, and that was from 0.6 can be added to a pipeline with a call to either add texture or add uniform buffer. Currently the only two supported. This is where the set index should be figured out and the declaration context object is created. I'm not doing that yet, I think. So if I go to add texture, then it says fix me, implement this using the preferred descriptor sets and the undesirable descriptor sets, which are being passed as two arguments here, and I'm not doing anything with them. I think it's just creating a new set anyway. So I get my set key, which is unique, and then from that we create a new set index, which is no doubt going wrong. But that's for a future moment. So let's assume this works, and we have now the correct set that they are part of, that they must be part of, that it is part of. So right now, well, we were going, you know, top to bottom chronologically. Right now we do have the set number. That's a good thing, isn't it? Okay, what is it doing? Now it is, I think that is let me continue 0.6. Well, at least what I wrote down. This is also where a shader resource object is created. Yes, here. And added to the shader input data mglsl id string to shader resource. Although in the case of uniform buffers, the glsl id prefix is used. For textures, the whole string determines the texture. But in the case of uniform buffers, it is just a prefix that specifies the uniform buffer, and therefore only this prefix is used as a key to find its shader resource object. That was all 0.6. So if we go here and then we create a shader resource object, and in the case of the uniform buffer, it is stored under just a prefix, so it's stored under top position, and I store one under left position. And in case of the texture, we use the full thing. So we have a shader resource object, again, per block, which means per declaration, per shader resource. Hey, that's why it's called shader resource, I bet. No, I do not make videos. Put all my time into coding. I'll be honest, I don't know how many viewers I have, and I'll chase them all away probably, but I'm not even making this for you, for the viewers. I'm doing it for myself, so I can concentrate better. I have something in my throat. Okay, so what? Let me close it. 29 concurrent. I never had this many concurrent viewers. What are you all doing here? Don't tell me even half can code C++. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Maybe it has to do with the fact that I'm actually explaining things. Now I dropped to 20 again. And now back up to 25. I don't know. YouTube is a bit crazy. Better not to look at it. Okay, so 0.6, I did 0.6. 0.6 was we create a shader resource object there, and each shader resource object represents one declaration and one shader resource, which is texture or uniform buffer. In other words, one binding set combination. Now in the case of add texture, that is constructed passing texture. So I think that's confusing. Why would I do that? I guess I do that because shader resource says that it is the prefix. Really. It's called prefix. Oh, it says prefix. I have to pass the prefix. Maybe it should invent a new name where it's more like the string that I show in the table here that is being passed. So how would I call that? It's the identifier for the shader resource. Shader resource identifier would be a good name, maybe. Which is then sometimes the GLSL ID string prefix and sometimes the whole thing. How about I use prefix when it is the prefix? I use, well, up till now I use str when it is the full thing. Maybe I should rename that to full then. And if I leave that out, I just use GLSL ID, then it's the ID, which means the identifier of the shader resource. You have to remember that then. I don't want to know. Don't make me nervous. Okay, so I could spend the next 5 minutes on renaming this variable, or we can just continue for the moment. I don't think it really matters what I pass, really, for the texture. Well, it might be though. I'm not sure. Anyway, this object, this shader resource, is then, it's a temporary, is then inserted into the MDLSL ID str to shader resource map, I guess, which inserts as a key the full string. I think I'm going to rename it like right now, because yes, it has to be full. I'm going to rename this to full. It just makes more sense. Not more sense, but it's definitely more clear. Let me think. I think that it's all part of that. So I need something like grab only the file name, that string in the print project sources, xargs, scd inline, execute substitute TLSL ID string with, so it's a bit bold maybe, but I think it's unique enough to do it globally. Oh, that took long. Get diff. See, now you get stuff like this. It renames the GLSL ID postfix to GLSL. Okay. That was a lot. Maybe I should not have done that before looking at get diff. What I already had is get diff. I don't know what I was working on now. No, there wasn't that much. I think that maybe this is new search, or is it also a rename? Damn it, I'm gonna rename it back. I want to know what that was. Str full. What shall I say about it? It's a work in progress. Oh, the README was a big change. Mostly README. Oh, there's something else here. Again. Where? What? ShaderResource.h. Yeah, it's definitely I have no idea what I'm doing, but I do want to commit it separately, so I'll just have to. Let me do a git status first, see what files I'm missing. Untracked files, ShaderResourceMember, also that. Just add it and then commit everything. And call it work in progress, ouch, and then we do the rename, git diff, and I can't even check if it compiles because it doesn't compile at the moment. Oh, I also have a SV. I have that. So a string, I mean, when it was called str, that was standing for string, which actually meant a full string. And but a string is not a string view. So when the type is a string view, I thought, well, let's call it SV. Nobody knows why I thought that. But now I have a problem, right? And why would I add the type into the name? I'm just going to rename this to it's a good question. Either to full SV or to just full. Who cares about the type? I'm inclined to do that. Sometimes it is interesting to see from the variable name that it is a cheap name. And I have the feeling that a standard string is slow-ish. So if I then can see that it is an SV, I know it's just 2 pointers or size. It is a pointer and a size. So it's small, fast, blah, blah, blah. That's why I like to have a different name sometimes. Although I guess in this case it doesn't matter because I'm using the STL all over the place because it doesn't matter the speed. Yeah, let's rename it also to full, whatever. SV also full. Now it's too late. Cannot go back. Well, I can go back with using git, of course. Git diff. Really would like to know if this still compiles, but yeah, git commit. Rename DLSL ID str and DLSL ID SV to DLSL ID full. Right. I'm gonna try to compile it to see if it errors out on something that has to do with this big rename. Nope, no member named members. It's at least not doing that. No, it's the name of my computer. Sorry. I name my computers after comic characters. And this is Daniel from Life is Strange. Or Life is Strange 2, of course. This one. We have telekinetic powers. Here he's lifting a huge rock out of a river. You can't see that. That's my computer. So even better, you are named the same as a boy with telekinetic powers. Very nice game, by the way. I have it on Steam. Okay, let's ignore this error. What was I doing? I was writing this, and I think I kind of just put 0.6 in here as well now. Right. Yeah, well, the confusion started when I was before this first one, which is probably somewhere in window or afterwards. Nope. Add texture was doing, yeah, shader resource. This is now called prefix. Why would I call it that? Let's see how or where it is being used. And it's not being used at all except by that. It is only used currently for the uniform buffer, it seems, which then indeed gets the prefix. And this here calls GLSLID full on the shader variable. Oh, well, okay. So I have the full string in the shader variable. Kind of obviously. Might as well put the prefix in the shader resource. But on the other hand, no, it doesn't make sense. I'm just going to call it the ID. It is the prefix, but I'm going to call this without prefix. And then it is the ID because this is a uniform buffer. And which class was that? Shader resource. I'm going to have a look here. ShaderResource.lt. page. And this has a big downside. If now I grab, oh no, it's not true. It is not true. Okay, whoop, whoop. So new meaning of something without prefix or full is that it just is exactly one of them, depending on the shader resource that this is, as long as it discriminates the shader resource. Add member, okay, if I have that, it should be full. This is a member, that is full. Point 6. Yep. Then I can change that as well. It says it is the place where we create a shader resource. Well, it doesn't say that here, but so we have an add texture, which creates a shader resource, which now has just an ID, which means I might as well, or actually should, pass something sensible here. Being the full string. It's passed as a standard string. And DLSLID full is returning nobody knows, because I have to run. Yeah. No shader variable. Accessor of texture. That is the real texture. Shader resource texture. I'm not sure, I must say. Well, the thing returns I think a string const reference. Add texture, here's an add uniform buffer. And that has a DLSLID prefix, which is just a standard string. I think I'm going to change this to const reference. No, that's nonsense. I might as well do this. I'll already move it anyway. The point is that since this object makes a copy of it, it ends up with the members of type standard string. You might as well use pass by value and move it. And that way you can pass, let's say if I pass a string const reference, then this would create a new string by using the copy constructor. But the compiler would see that afterwards you want to move it into this string here. So it's just going to construct this string. Done. And if you pass a character pointer, it would still work. It's just somehow it's better. Yeah. If you do not make a copy, then it's different. In this case, you make a copy, so I just pass by value and I move it. Okay, so that was already correct. And you can pass a string view as well. No, you cannot, of course. String views do not want to be converted to standard strings just like that. So I'm wondering if that is explicit or not. I don't know. See, I'm stupid. I don't know anything. Okay, so this is constructing the shader resource and then it's inserted in the fools. Yep, that's a problem. Well, not a problem, but GLSLID fools, plural of fools. Okay, anyway, it's clearly not full here. It is a prefix. So I have to rename this thing. I guess that another time it is, because it maps to the shader resource. So now, by definition, that is just the ID. So anything being full to shader resource is wrong. This is commented out, but it's wrong anyway. Also commented out, wrong things are wrong. Right, I got them all, I think. Oh, this one. More of them. Well, while I'm at it, grab everything. But not word limited. Oh, I got rid of them. Yep. Okay. See, that was a lot of work, but now it makes a lot more sense. Naming is so important, really. Before I could hardly read this, and now just that tiny little error is gone. Now it makes sense. ID. What? Full prefix? No. The ID that per definition maps to a shader resource. Obvious, clear. And in the case of a texture, that is the full ID. Okay, so we have here in the case of the uniform buffer, that is the prefix. Both go into the GLSL ID to shader resource. Now, point 7. Shader input data m shader variables is a vector containing pointers to shader variable base classes that wrap a full GLSL ID str. Should edit it and make that, you know, one for each shader variable. Hence, it cannot point to a shader resource object, which, for example, represents all members of a uniform buffer struct. Instead, we have the ShaderResourceMember objects that represent a single member. These must therefore be derived from shader variable, which they already are. And now I went through all of what I typed, and at that point I thought I really need to make a README with a ASCII art graph. Well, actually I first started to look online if you could find something that would allow me to draw nice rectangles and stuff, and then I tried Inkscape, and eventually I ended up making this. So this is my overview so far, and it's still not enough. It's still not enough. I do not know what I'm doing. I still do not have an overview. So what is missing? Well, I remember the one question that I had is why the sensors do I create a shader resource? What is it used for? Because I'm gonna jump back here. Let's use the more complex uniform buffers. So here the user calls add uniform buffer, and then it creates a temporary shader resource object, which is stored in a map. But then, when is it going to be used at all? Do I need this? If I do not know what it is being used for, then I also do not know what I have to store inside of it, etc. Fortunately, the code is not completely insane yet, so maybe if I read this I understand what happens. First of all, the key must never have been used before, so the insertion must have taken place. That is this assert. And then we obtain a pointer to the shader resource. And since it was stored as in a map, that pointer is never invalidated, also not when we insert later something else. So it is being stored in this map mostly just to get the object to have a long lifetime, so I can use a pointer to it and use that. I hate it that I have a Dutch accent. I think that everyone who comes to this stream and is Dutch themselves, and they will immediately quit because they think, oh, I'm another Dutch guy. I'm Dutch myself. Let's leave. I don't think there's anyone here who is Dutch, right? Am I correct? Okay, so we put it in here, I think because I want something with a long lifetime, it's just stored away. And then I get the pointer to it. And now I'm going to do something with that pointer. The pointer is being used here in a for loop, which runs over all DLSL ID full, which is a vector of the full ID strings. Is it? Here is my vector, and it gets its value from UniformBuffer. Really? That's kind of strange. Yeah, I just did run ctex, so, and of course I don't know where I was anymore. So let's add UniformBuffer. That's more like it. Yeah, this function doesn't even exist yet. Okay. Okay, I'm going to have to think a bit. So I have to write something added to the UniformBufferBase that returns a vector which contains per member data, and in this case the full GLSL ID string. But let's keep it on a list of member data. Hey, here it is. This is members, which contains a list. This is in UniformBufferBase, by the way, and then it contains a members, which is a list of all member data, which also includes the string. So if I would have this, then I might as well return members and then extract for each member that string, if that's really what I need. But I'm not sure if I need it, so I'll try to understand it by looking at what I'm using it for. So this gets a vector or a map or anything with information about every member of the struct that is stored in the UniformBuffer. Somehow I will be able to get a prefix from that, which is used to store the shader resource, so later I can get back this shader resource object by the GLSL ID, which this is. And then I can look it back up also. I can get the shader resource back by looking it up in this map using the prefix. So far I'm not doing anything with it. But here I am adding members to the shader resource pointer. That's kind of silly, right? So I already have a list of members, and I'm adding those members to another container. Why? Especially why, since I do not even know where I'm using the shader resource object to begin with. And the add member doesn't exist. So this shared resource object used to have members, and that used to be added with, I commented everything out as you can see, but it used to be added by calling add member. I was adding members to the members here, but then I started to think, yeah, but why? So let's pretend I'm not doing that, because I already have the members here. I mean, I don't have it yet, but I'm going to, right? This must be that list. And if I then not copy that list, then that makes a big question about why do I even need this object then, if I'm not adding any members to it. So maybe I should try to find the code that is using ShaderResource at all. Because this function ends here. Well, this is just adding the ShaderResource declaration context, which is stored by setIndex. Okay, so that's, you can also see that back here. So if setIndex is 0, we have this declaration context, and for setIndex 1, I have this declaration context. And that context is being used to generate these declarations. It does not contain it, but it's being used for it. I'm going to have a look at ShaderResource. This is where it was created. So this is just add texture, not created for texture. And here I'm getting the pointer. And here we are adding a, are we in add uniform buffer, creating it, also getting a pointer. Who cares about including it? This is definition of a map that stores them. So that's where we store it in. Another includes for declaration. Here we have a map that stores the pointers. Okay, that could be interesting because it really enumerates our bindings. So that looks like something that is needed. So the declaration, a shader resource declaration context has a member that maps my shader resource pointers to a current binding. However, as we just realized, I also map the GLSL ID to a shader resource. So why not directly map the GLSL IDs? It seems kind of pointless to use it as a key here, but let's keep it in mind that this is a word that is really used at the moment. Likewise, we have a binding that uses it. This is just being, here we are just passing the shader resource pointer in order to use it as a key. And then it returns the next binding, I guess. Same thing for update binding. TLS is used in. Here we even pass the string, which then probably is being used. No, that's nonsense. It's being passed as well. So as far as this whole block is concerned, somewhere someone is calling a DLSL ID prefix is used in, and apparently we are able, no, sorry, and that is also passing the shader resource. So definitely have to look at the code that calls this. No, the resource, shader resource code itself is able to print itself. Member has a pointer back. It is also not super interesting, maybe. Maybe it is if I really use the members and I need that pointer for some reason. Oh, that's how it works. Now I remember, yes. I find the resource member first, and then I have my key. So through getting the resource member, I get this pointer, and then the pointer is being used here in this function. I wish it was at the bottom already. There's so many things. But this is just a definition, which that's update binding. I think I already covered that. Here's the declaration, here's the definition. Same thing for this, I guess. And then we have ShaderResource.h. There's a pointer to it. And that must be a member. I thought I split that up in a different file. What is this? That is ShaderResourceMember. That's not good. That's really weird, if not simply wrong. Because I split this up in two files, and now suddenly it's all back in one file. What the hell? Maybe I only edited this one and I forgot to edit the other one. I think that's a problem. Yeah. Good, good, good. That's it. That's it. So ShaderResourceMember is here, and then without the member, I just have to delete the member. And hope that I didn't make changes to it in the meantime. And I'm not sure if I need this. Probably not. Okay, shader resource is left. Can't hardly do anything wrong here, because if I do, then it just won't compile. So I'm not really worried. I'm using Git, yeah, but, well, most of my comments are WIP and more or less quite random. I don't know. I wouldn't like to really need it to go back in the history. Yeah, well, sometimes I think faster. I mean, I'm really stupid and have a bad memory, but in this case, I was realizing that they are obsolete. But if I get into that, then everybody's getting bored. The point is that I was using it because I stored it in a set, and then later I switched to storing in a map. I already explained in this stream why I use a map instead of a vector, but the map uses the integer that I was comparing there, the member index, as the key. So there's no reason anymore to make a compare. The compare was for the set, not for the map. It's not necessary for a map. So I just really remember that I did not need it anymore. And then I added probably, because I'm, you know, insecure person. No, not really. I'm actually pretty self-secure. But I don't know. Maybe not. The WIP is better than your commit messages. Yeah, that's what I mean. I forgot what I was doing. I have a nice chat. and then no idea what I was doing. What was I doing? Linear algebra, but by the time you get there, you're already a Vulkan master, I think. So linear algebra is also needed for any 3D game, whether you use Vulkan or OpenGL or anything. Right, I was looking at, I am still looking at why I'm creating a shader resource and who is needing that, who is using it at all. And I really hope that I get it fixed today, or I get my finger behind it today, because it's getting many days now that I'm stuck on this, basically. We were looking at this. That's what I was doing. Why is this so much? This is not telling me, oh, shader resource is used at all, or not. It looks like it's being used, but I want to have proof. No, I want to see that how it is being used. That's what I want to see. I can highlight it as if that helps. I'm going to start from the top, because in the end I just have to, bad memory or not, it has to be in my head, otherwise I cannot not do anything with it. Okay, so yeah, we add texture, creates it, gets a pointer, stores it, add uniform buffer, creates a temporary one, stores it, gets also a pointer. The pointers are stored as well. I don't know anymore where, so I have to look, because I really have to have everything in my bloody head. The pointers are stored. They are not stored. Well, they're not stored. Could be kidding me, right? It's just being used here. How is that even possible, not to store the pointer? Oh, I remember. Finally, my memory does something good today. I just talked about that. I am not storing it, but I am storing it. I mean, I'm storing it right here. It is being, it's at this pointer of addMember. addMember is now commented out, but it used to store it in the ShaderResourceMember object, and the ShaderResourceMember object is stored in mShader variables. So we're going to run over all the shader variables, find the full string, find the ShaderResourceMember object, and then find the pointer to the shader resource, which is then passed to the declaration context. I think I finally have it more or less in my head, but still not enough to understand if I can delete everything or not, or replace it with something else actually. Okay, hypothesis: the shader resource pointer is only stored in ShaderResourceMember. Let's check that. For a start, we have a shader, not that. We have a shader resource pointer, no const. Thank God I'm consistent with spaces, so I do not have to type difficult regular expressions there. Yeah, we saw this before. This is an add texture and it gets a source and it seems to not store it, but actually it is passing it as a this pointer to add member. Same way down here, same thing. And that's the only non-const pointer. And then we have a const pointer, which happens a lot more. And that is used as a key here. And I'm pretty sure that everything else is just used as a key. But I'm just going to look at each and every of these lines to understand what it's doing. This is, here it is used as a key. That's like literally in a map. Maybe in the same file has more of these things. Okay, here we use it as a key in the map. Map add key returns the binding. Update binding is not defined here. That's the declaration, and it is being passed to the GLSL ID prefix is used in. I have to look at the caller of that. I already said that before. Let's have a look at the update binding definition. Seems to be that the whole file exists of that. Oh no, there's a here and there is the other function. Okay, and that is the end. No, it's not the end. Just a generate here. Yeah, there was a frequent use of declaration context. Let's have a, this is declaration context and this and this and this. There's another one here. Let's look at everything but declaration context first. So ShaderResourceMember indeed stores it, and that used to happen in add member, I think. There's no add member here. What? Oh, that was a part of the other thing. Yeah, there's a part of the shader resource itself. Can edit it. So here I had an add member, and that creates, that passes the this pointer of the shader resource, and then creates a shader resource member. So that's the last argument of the constructor of the shader resource member. Which is no more, apparently. It's completely changed. That used to store, it's not lost anymore. It's now this one. So it's simply stored here then. Shader resources pointer stored. Okay, that was the constructor that we just looked at, and here's declaration context again. So the only thing now left is the declaration context, header file, and actually implementation. Let's have a look at the header file again. Declaration context can be used to get the binding number apparently, and to update the binding. And then it's being passed to GLSL ID prefix is used in. This is not very telling, is it? So let's switch to the .cxx file and see what it is doing with it. Update binding is printing it. It is used to get the set index. Aha, finally we have an actual use for it here. Let me write it down. Pen and paper. Shader resource used to get set index. There, cannot forget it anymore. Then it's used as a key to get the next binding for that set. And here we have the next function. It's being passed to GLSL ID prefix is used in. And that thing is called ShaderResource, which is printed, used as a key. Okay, if that binding was already used, then we ignore it. Ah, no, that was, you know that it was used in. You told me before. Otherwise, it's used to get the descriptor type here. Okay, write it down as well. Used to get descriptor type. And all of this is in the shader resource declaration context. Declaration context. Yeah, okay. And then what we do with it, doesn't matter what the type is. You call update binding, which was defined above here, I think. Yeah. And then we have a generate, which runs over all the bindings that we generated. Okay, here the key is used. So, although bindings seemed to, well, anyway, yeah. But again, we use the set index and we use the descriptor type from that thing. And again, the descriptor type. And now something completely different. Members. That totally sucks. I don't even have members anymore, and I don't want to add it either. Apparently it's also used to get a GLSL ID. I'm gonna forget what it is doing here. I think that the main point is that it seems to be used to generate the declaration. And why it is used to that? It is used for that because this generates all. Let's go to my README because I made it for a reason, right? But it's not here. Now I have to go to the other directory. Vulkan channel builder. VI README internal. See, there it is. The shader resource declaration context. We have one of them per set number, per set. So it generates all the declarations for all the binding numbers in that set. So exactly that is happening here. We're running over all the bindings. And then it has to generate this declaration and this declaration. Obviously, that depends on the type. This is a uniform buffer and this is a texture. So we definitely need to know the type. Obviously, you also need to know the set number, because the set is being used. Why the hell have I set 1 here in the column of set 0? Let me fix that, because that's going to confuse someone. Future me. 0. Okay, that makes more sense. There's at least a set 1. So yeah, we need basically everything, right? I need the set, I need the binding number, I need the members information, the standard, the name, the GLSL names, ID names bedoel ik. I mean, so yeah, totally. So that is what it is being used for. Now there is a reason why I cannot use, let's say, UniformBufferBase, because 1, it's not general, and we have to do with multiple resource shader resource types here, both combined image samplers and uniform buffers. So it has to be more general. I cannot run over a base class of those things, because those things, I don't even know why actually. Maybe I can. I remember vaguely that it was not possible, but now I'm not sure anymore. Currently they do not store the set, they just store a set key. These are the other objects are objects that are created by the user before we know anything. This is more like static handles to start to construct a pipeline. While this is done in the middle of constructing a pipeline. So we know set numbers and stuff like that, binding numbers. Feels like I have to keep them separated, but I do not want to copy the member, the information. I refuse to. That is slightly problematic. Or isn't it? I'm starting to see the light. It's not clear yet from what I'm saying, but I'm slowly seeing the light, starting to see it. Let's go over this again. So let's go over where this all starts. Pre-process. This code pre-processes the shader template code. And what it does is it runs over all the shader variables, which are all the really it's nothing else than a GLSL ID string. Well, and a few verbal functions. Okay. So we look for all the strings that can possibly mean something, and we find them, and if we find them, then we store that. We increment the count, and when we encounter any of them, aka count is larger than 0, then we call is used in on the shader variable. That is one of the verbal functions. I had in my readme what shader variable was. Let me go back. Or did I? It was in my notes. Damn it. Let me go back to the description. Yeah, point 7. Shader input data m shader variables is a vector containing pointers to shader variable base classes that wrap a full GLSL ID string, one for each shader variable. But then who's derived from that? That escapes me. So each block here is related to a shader variable. Yeah, that must be it. So let's. I think I just completely did not add that. So I have a public shader variable, vertex attribute push constant and ShaderResourceMember. Right. That's not correct then what I said. This is a member. So this is a shader variable and this is a shader variable. And this is a shader variable. And this and this. So in total I have 5 shader variables here. And I also have push constants and vertex attributes, but I already finished it, so I'm not confused by those. The ones that I'm writing my README about are all ShaderResourceMember things. Okay, so I have 5 objects, and they currently contain. Why did it jump to something wrong? Yeah. Now we find one member, but you cannot rely on that we find all the shader variables. Let's say you have a struct, well, literally, say Control T or whatever, yeah. This one is unused. So we would only find this one and not that one. It's just not used. By finding this one, we will, however, find top position. Let's go to the. So let's keep in mind this string does not exist. Okay, this does exist in the GLSL code, and I'm going back to the preprocess. I think we'll just. Where did I have my preprocess? Never. Okay. Preprocess. Probably the other terminal. This is a preprocess. So what happens? Well, if it starts with version, we don't do anything, but it's running over our 5. Really? No. So it's running over our 5 shader resource members, which are derived from shader variable. And we actually were running over more, also push constants, strings and vertex attributes and stuff like that. But in terms of shader resources, which currently are always textures or uniform buffers, we have 5 of those strings. They are all stored because they might appear, but we're not going to find the unused ones. So for top position specifically, we only find this string that is being used. So for a given variable, this is the full string. So one of those 5. And then we search in the source code for that string. And we either find it or not. If we do not find it, then it returns endpos. So we just come here and end count is 0, right? Yeah. So we don't do anything. So for example, the top position unused string is not it cannot be found in the source code anywhere. So count remains 0, and we are not calling on the declaration context. Sorry, we're not inserting in the declaration context whatever is returned by is used in. We're not calling is used in on that shader variable. But we do find maybe even more than one top position X strings. So if we find more than one, we store all of them in position because we want to replace those strings with something else. So I just remember all the places where they occur, and then later we will being here. Or just a little bit down, I think. Every string with something else, but the count then becomes 1 or more, and then we call that it is being used in. So we're calling used in on the shader variable that is top position X. And that shader variable is just the base class of the ShaderResourceMember. So we have a ShaderResourceMember for top position X. And that object is what we are calling is used in on. There's a push constant. Here we are. We also know which stage it is. Let's say vertex shader. And then from the shader resource that is stored in this thing. Well, not currently because I did not pass add member. But the only thing we can find back is this object. So that object then must have a way for us to somehow find the set index. And that will have to go through the shader resource object. So this is needed and it must be set. So add member must be called. But so far I'm not really adding a member. I'm only adding, I'm only setting a pointer to that object, then, so I can get set index. Check if this is a new set, okay, and then we do I find the shader resource declaration context. And we know the set number, so we can find the correct shader resource declaration context. And then on that context we call DLSLID prefix is used in. Passing the prefix and passing the pointer to the shader resource that we just found. Yeah, the light gets brighter. Soon I will know what to do. Definitely getting to the end, I think. So this is calling DLSLID prefix is used in. Among others, passing the shader resource. Which simply calls update binding. That's not very interesting. I don't think we're really using anything here except, again, set index, and the rest we're just using it, the pointer as a key. And a descriptor type too, okay. But it's not super exciting. However, note that this returns the declaration context. This being is used in. So that then is inserted in the declaration context set as a pointer. Do not do this at home. Pointers are evil. Unless you know what you're doing. Wait. Okay, I'm not saying that I know what I'm doing, but in terms of pointers, okay. So after all that, we have a list of declaration context, and then we're going to call generate on each of them, adding up all the generated declarations, putting them in string declarations. So we're calling generate on all those returned declaration context. I never have problems with pointers, really. Just a matter of keeping track of the lifetime of stuff. I see regularly people who just started programming. So probably most viewers, I would almost think. I mean, from what I got from the chat. Yeah, void pointers are pretty useless. I mean, you need to use the type safety of C++. A void pointer is just an address. You don't know what it is. Okay, let's see. That's not a generator I was looking for. So we're calling generate, the correct generate. There it is. And that then must be able to generate all the declarations. This is running over bindings. Gets the pointer from it. Get the binding number. Get the set index and the descriptor type again. Definitely need that. The only problem occurs here for members. Okay, blah blah blah. Uniform buffers, GLSL ID string. The ID. Okay. Not really necessary. But what was it? Optionally, I would say. Set indexes. We get the set index. We definitely need set index. And then I have shader resource is. It already has a GLSL ID string, so I might as well keep that. Might as well keep that. Okay. Still feeling a bit strange about using a pointer as the key. But then again, it works. Okay, and now before I forget, now I have everything in my head and I understand it, and now I have to fix it before I forget it. That's a challenge. Now I'm sitting here, my eyes closed, until I start typing. I'm so scared that I forget it again. Shit. not easy. Let's revert this. This is a map. Int ShaderResourceMember. Can I not just do standard make pair? And then let's member index. Yes. Oh, I do it like that. Well, that works too. Nah. Okay, let's do it like that. So now I have to create here this is add uniform buffer, a uniform buffer member, or what is it? Jesus, I'm an idiot. ShaderResourceMember. Not really liking to create it and then move it. Maybe I should use insert or in place for that matter. Try in place, even better. Try in place. You can just put the key first and then the rest, which is then implied. Something like this. But I need to know what is ShaderResourceMember. Well, that exists of something that needs a constructor. Let's see, answer, just copy this, Control-T, P, make it visible. Okay, well, if this is correct, then I would have to pass the full GLSL ID, which I have here as a string view. But, well, .data, done, damn it, and then the member in member, that must be member index, I guess. And then the shader resource, which we don't have yet. No, I'm going null pointer. Why do I have a shader resource? Oh yeah, we're going to do that later. We're going to always do that later. So I'm just not going to pass it at all. Shader resource. We do not have a shader resource. No pointer. And then we have to pass the basic type. And then we have to pass the offset. And then we have to pass the array size, which I don't have here. Yeah. Right, so probably that is it, except that I still need to pass the basic type. Basic type is as a constructor as well, I hope. No, no constructor. I just need all of these. Well, I don't know. Standard. The row width in bits. That's rows. Bits? What? Row width in bits. Okay, I give up. Let's just pass rows for now. And calls and also in width. Oh, this is not CSS. God, I'm that wrong. M rows, M calls, M scalar type. Scalar type. Scalar type. Where's my scalar type? One scalar type, two scalar types. Scalar index. How about that? It's probably the same thing. Then the log2 of the alignment. Well, I have an alignment. Must have a log2. I guess that works. Utils log2. Size and array stride. We have a size here. And I have an array stride here. No, something I didn't use. We used that. We used the offset. I used no alignment, but it's not possible in the basic type. Member index we used twice even. Array stride alignment, same thing as the offset, I guess. No, offset is being passed. Nobody understands it, but I have a solution for it. I just grab for this because it's probably right. Okay, project sources. Disappointing. Or maybe not. Let's pick one. Like this one. That's how we do it. Oh, that's how we do it. Yeah, it's, I guess, more clear. Although this is for the push constant, but that shouldn't make any difference. To do it like this. Right, and then we pass here basic type. Or am I completely crazy? Yeah, now I've got something, I think. Wait a minute. No, what? Members? It's kind of strange, I have to say. I believe I completely fucked this up. Completely. Back to the drawing board. It's still up there. Up here. That's actually correct, I guess. So full member index. I really have to know what a member is. What is a member? Member is stored as mmember, and mmember is the member index. Okay, so call it member index. Why? I would like to hear it uncasted. Explain in full. So now we understand that member index is the right thing, because that's the same name. And then after that comes ShaderResource deleted that, and then we get that basic type, and then an offset and an array size. I must say that's okay. Okay. So yeah, what I was doing was not this then, was not this. So here we just have the basic type, and then I get an offset and try and place. Why am I having a brace here? Offset. What comes after the offset? Array size, which I do not have. No passing things we don't have. This should work. Yeah, then we can delete all of this. So that is an analyze and stores in the shader resource members. Stores shader resource members in a list. That's what he just did. Well, in a map then. That is, I did that now for uniform buffer. I have to do something alike for the texture. But how does that work? Because this add uniform buffer member is being called from here, which is part of the constructor of the uniform buffer base. No, it's part of the constructor of the uniform buffer. And this is in UniformBuffer.h. I think nobody knows what you change here. Undo, redo. Yeah, well. So I suppose I have a grep at texture, and that is defined in hero, which has nothing with an entry, but still we have to add it. But no, we don't. It has to be added to texture. Texture. See, now I'm confused. So because I have to add a pointer to this, to the shader resource, which is independent of the descriptor type, I am afraid that also texture must store a map of the same type that I just added to the uniform buffer. So this is texture.h. What the hell am I doing here? This is more general now. I don't even want to store it here. Maybe I should store it in shader resource. Isn't that an idea? Or in ShaderResourceMember? Not sure of this thing. The ShaderResourceMember is not. Yeah, it's for declaring shader resource. I think I want it in shader resource, but that means that splitting of this header made no sense whatsoever. I'm already including shader resource, so why not? Oh, I'm including that because of the member here. Yeah, so this must be member. I'm going to store it in member, I think. So let's. Oh, what? Help! Quit. I'm going to do delete this and delete this and delete this. And then we jump to shader resource member and add it here, I think. Which is not possible because shader resource member is not defined yet. But well, in that case, what the hell, I'm just adding it to shader resource itself then. Who cares? Who cares? The resource block. Make it public. Which means that I need to include ShaderResourceMember.h. Dark void. This is Linux or Arch. Arch Linux. But you can't see that it is Arch. I wouldn't say it's Linux. Yeah. Yeah, actually you cannot see that it's Linux either. I don't know. Yeah, when you see a console and a certain font, maybe that's Linux-ish. The colors are mine. Okay, what was I doing? I'm doing so many things and then I forget what I was doing. Right, I need to add that same map to the texture. Thus, the map, this map, must be added to that thing. Because it must exist, so that I can pass a pointer or a reference to it. And this then is a fake map. I don't know, probably have to improve on that. We must be able to get a pointer to it, or let's say a const reference, so we definitely need a accessor for it. Let's add an accessor as a const reference members const return now I'll do the same thing here. Where is my accessors? Hey, already have it. Bleep. Exactly the same thing. Did I just copy it from there? No, I just typed it in. Yeah, well, okay. And now nobody knows what I was doing as usual again. What was next? Oh, I still have to fill it. So the texture thing is now the members here. What was the fake map? Yeah, we have to fill it with something. And construct of texture would be a possibility, I think. I'm gonna go to the what would this is the texture. It was only ding 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 ding. Yeah, this is it. Okay, and members dot, well, let's call it 0 becomes and now I don't know. I have to add something such that I can call generate on the declaration thing. So here. So in the case of a combined image sampler here, it says already, ta-da. Hey, you see all of the old code, which I wrote when I had absolutely no idea. I wrote this before today, so if you see, can you say hi, Mimi? Hi, Busio. Hey, Alex. Right. Well, this code already existed before I did this stream today, and I did a lot of analysis today. But it is correct. It's amazing. So this gives me the const reference to the map with one element, and then I say it has only one member, which means that member size is 1. That's correct. And then we access the first element by second, which means that a shader variable. How unlikely. Actually, it is a shader variable. I think. Let's see if we can find that out. So members returns, hello, members. Never look for members. There it is, members. Returns members, which happens to be a member container type, and I bet it cannot find, right? Which contains, I don't know, let's go back. And I forgot everything. Oh wait, maybe I do know. Redo. Why is redo not working? Undo that. Okay. Let's go here. I was looking for what members exist of. It exists of. I was going to run make ctags actually, but okay. ShaderResourceMember, that's what it was. So I jump to generate again, and then we get back here. So yes, a shader resource member, the first element of my fake map, is a shader variable. So this code also works. And then we do shader resource set index, which should indeed exist. I mean, that's a shader resource. Yeah, okay. It doesn't work, it has to work someday. Get value binding. Okay, so yeah. This has to work. It just, okay, no, wait, this has to work, yeah. I must put something in it that is a name. A name and a GLSL ID full. The name and a GLSL full. This already worked. How can I suddenly be looking at this? Why did it already work? Texture. I think this is the name. Override from shader variable. Oh, that didn't help. Where is name defined? Okay, I give up. Is that the only name that I have? It's it's on a member. Yes. Prefix member name. Shit. Arrgh. What the hell is the basic type of a texture? Doesn't have one. It's... I don't know. I probably added this later and I wasn't here before. It seems that I need some more specialization maybe, but for God's sake, let me get this to work first and soon. I hear myself. Okay. I'm going to add a fake. I don't think we need anything except for this. The rest will be whatever. I'm going to add this to my fake map with pain in my heart, but I think it's going to work, and then once it works, maybe mommy. Well, okay. Well, just so fake. Let's add something fake here. What was this? ShaderResourceMember. So not a nice way to do that. Keep asking myself that. Try in place. I think I used that last time as well. So 0 and then that thing where why open read only. So that's a y, control T, P, and then do the full deal is on the string. Do I have that here? It was paused there. Postfix. Full postfix. Oh, like that. Yeah. So we just use this then, which happens to be a standard string. Well, that will work. And then we do a 0 and we do a default constructed base type. I don't really care. And offset 0 and array size we don't have. Well, it already has a 0. And if it compiles, it will work. Maybe it warrants a comment. Add a fake. Oh, no, it's gone. Finally, it's gone. What was it? ShaderResourceMember. Because we need it. I don't know. Okay, so now I have. Let's get out of the editor. Let's get out of here as well. Star adds a pointer to that to shader. I'm so glad I wrote these 4 lines. When so I was sitting here with my eyes closed. I said that, and I said, I'm so afraid I'm gonna forget it again, because that happened after, how many hours am I doing this? Like 3 or 4 hours of thinking. I finally had it in my head. I saw it. The light was there, and I thought, I'm gonna forget it again. And then I thought, let's write it down. So I typed in this. And then after I typed it in, I thought, see, I'm old and senile, because this is not complex at all. Nevertheless, I'm glad I typed it in, because I would have forgotten it. I would totally have forgotten it. That bad is my memory. So yeah, adds a pointer to that shader resource. Which shader resource? Oh, wait, no, that to. Aha, a pointer to that to shader resource. We're reading it wrong. Pew. Okay, that's an easy one, I think. That's an easy one. So I have to find back our add, like UniformBuffer. I'm totally skipping dinner again. It's ridiculous. And I cannot stop this. Add UniformBuffer. No, maybe I should eat dinner, or have a break at least. Retire and stuff. Go here, and this function creates a shader resource. Yep. And then I set the pointer to that to shader resource. Okay, what the pointer to the map must be added to the shader resource. So we cannot do this because we don't have it. Let me just delete it. Couldn't delete it. We do not have this. I don't care about that. I don't know what this is. I don't want to know anymore. Here we create this shader resource, which is added to that. I think that's still needed. Now I get a pointer to it for whatever reason. And then I want to do this. Okay, I want to add something to that. Okay, pointer resource, add members, right? So we need to get the members from UniformBuffer. I think members. Well, I have the feeling that that is what it basically is saying. Now note that my UniformBufferBase indeed has a members these days. I even saw the type. Let's copy the whole thing. Members as a member container type, which is not defined here. Let's fix it later. I really, I mean, if I can fix problems by compile errors, I do that. So I can continue with this brain surgery without having to concentrate on things that are minor, like not defined types. Shader resource must get a function add members. Doesn't have anything like it yet. Okay, so we get void add members, and then well, not probably called members then. And this was members container type cons reference, I guess. Reference. That's not going to work. Well, I have to add a pointer to it then. Okay, sure. Let's make a pointer, and then we just set our members pointer to members. So, like that. Well, it's a pointer. Let's give the name pointer. I don't know why, but sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. So then I need it almost like that. Add that here. What? Okay. No surprises. Let's initialize this as a null pointer. Yeah, funny Mr. Greywall. I added an add members. We're calling it. Maybe this should return a pointer then. Could make a pointer here, but I don't like ampersand that much. So maybe our members should return a pointer as well. And I have to add an ampersand here. Lifetime of buffer base equal to the member of a window is equal to the lifetime of a member. So and we're adding here to something that creates a Vulkan pipeline for that window. I think it's going correct. That much about using pointers. I think that I have bleep alt top. Wait, I'm here. Yes, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I need something like it in add texture. What was that? Oh, okay. I have my shader resource pointer and I use it to add members by calling texture members, which returns my fake map pointer. Ew. Okay. So we do not have add member anymore. Still need to do that and this and that. I think that's more or less working. More or less. adds the pointer to the shader resource to all shader resource members. Oh, okay. Let's do that. Well, add members can do that because I say so. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, no, yeah, well, make C tags. I want to jump to members, so I wanted to run make C tags. Therefore, I had to leave my editor, and while I was doing so, I got exactly where I wanted to go to, but I left the editor anyway. Add members. But now we are back. There. Okay, so what I wanted to do here is add a pointer to this class to all the members. So I just run over all the members. Members. That's a container type. The container. No, let's run over iterators. Totally constraint. Const iterator. Member is members pointer deep point begin. And then while member is not equal to the same thing but an int, go to the next member. And then for each member, well, this member is not really a member, it's a pair. The second is the member. I just have to jump to members container now. The container is a standard map of int, so now we have the shader resource member by value. Okay. If I want to make my code more understandable, maybe I should I want to set this thing, which is private. It was initialized as null pointer. Can't you do that differently these days? Like this. I think it's C++20 maybe even, I don't know. Otherwise 17. Who cares? If it works, if it compiles, I mean, then it works. My motto. Okay, we have it, and we set it, and it's called set shader resource pointer. And we have to call this for every shader resource member. Well, that was by value, right? That would do it. So as soon as I call add members, and I just seems like I only want to add a pointer to it, But then sneakily I suddenly start to call a member and I change things, which is not possible because it is const. It's too annoying. Let's use a dirty solution for now, because I'm really not in the mood to make this a non-const pointer just because, or maybe I should. Okay, I'll make it non-const. Add members. Oh my god, this is so going wrong. Let's leave it to the compile errors. So I'll just leave it like this, and then we'll see you later where the compile errors bring us. So get all out of it, and then I did adds a pointer to this shader resource to all shader resource members. I think I did that. And then the last line is sort of, yeah. Mr. Coding Man has a point. I wouldn't be able to answer what I'm writing. Certainly not while I'm so busy and concentrated. And forget what I'm doing every time I start talking. So shader resource has an accessor to this list. I already added that. So are we done now? Think so. So now I'm going to fix all the compile errors, which is going to take way longer than I should. I should stop streaming now and go eat something. Why am I not doing that? I don't know. Because I have 19 viewers. That's not healthy. I should go eat. I stopped growing after I turned 13. But I have a lot of experience. Someone asked how old I am. Okay, so what we have here is a problem that something does not exist, right? So what's the problem? Use of undeclared identifier something prefix. I think I renamed that. Okay, I cannot even see my keyboard anymore because it is too dark, so I really have to turn on the light. How about we do this? I am going to take a break. If anyone wants to continue seeing this, you will have to be back after I did eat, and I promise I come back. So we make an appointment, like a time. I think I need 15 minutes. So I will be back at, well, in 15 minutes. Okay, but 35 plus 15 is 45, remember? Yeah, okay. 10 to 9, okay? Well, in CST, so you have to translate that to UTC maybe. So 10 to 7 UTC. Or I can just keep streaming, but I don't want like that. I'll be back in 15 minutes.